you should take a look.
I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter. I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter. A wax seal with the monogram E.B. I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter. The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always. It appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the E.B. monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
Let's go to Abbey Grange.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right, I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson. Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you? Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time. Out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
Your ladyship? Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
Certainly, sir. As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate, but I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
Здорово, здорово. Что делаешь? Еще какая-то деталь. Да, нормально. Ты как? Как стрим идет? Нормально?
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
Угу.
My mistress is very tired. Can't you allow her to her room?
Ну все, отлично тогда. Скоро 1 мая уже. Какие планы на выходные? Что-то прохладно на улице, погода прохладная. Да и ветер там, наверное. Да ничего, тоже планов никаких. В такую погоду что-то ничего не охота, никуда.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
Убийство я расследую здесь. Игра Шерлок Холмс и доктор Ватсон.
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one? This photograph. So the lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship. trapper's hut.
А вот доктор Ватсон сидит. А нет, это инспектор Лестрейд. А доктор Ватсон где-то тут рядом.
Lord Brigham Brackenstall. Sir Warthen Brackenstall. Baron Lyndon Brackenstall. Lord Ramsay Brackenstall. Lord George Brackenstall. The Brackenstall family seems rather austere.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
The hunting scene. Chateau, a decant. Chateau Calon-Ségur. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other two are clear. A deer hunt. This door leads to the upstairs bedrooms. Apparently the criminals did not venture there. The hunting scene. A bottle of wine is missing here. This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen. These wine bottles are expensive and mostly from France. An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware. Antique hunting weapons. The hunting scene. A fur trader's cabin. A fur trader's cabin. So, Watson, what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
The head was cracked with the force of the blow. That must be the murder weapon. Quite a large stick, a formidable weapon. Barefoot, he had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress. It is covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation. Sailor's knots. That's interesting. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow their trail. I will take it with me. This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
The death was instant.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame. This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it. This. There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
We have to open it. Your ladyship? Let us try to open this safe. This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number. It is called antique.
This house feels rather sinister. I can't say that I like it here.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me. Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case. Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope. The fibers from this cut appear to be different. If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original. My analysis table. It is useful for my work. My archive. This is where I... My archive. This is where... My archive. My archive. I can all... Search, Toby.
Котопёс, котопёс.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware. The scent leads to the well. I should check it. The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route. Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire. There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it? I need a hook. If only I had something with which I could lift that object. If only I had... This hook might be useful. Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved. Small gardening tools, nothing of great interest. This old suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty. Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence. The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware. Well, Inspector, this case proved to
Что
be
же,
a
инспектор,
simple
дело
one
оказалось
after
слишком
all.
легким.
You think it's the
То есть вы
Randall gang,
думаете, это
then?
банда Рэндалл?
Yes.
Да.
I'll put my men
Я
on it
отправлю
straight
людей на
away.
их поиски.
The next time you call on me,
В следующий раз,
do
прежде чем
try
вы
to make
увидите меня,
sure it's for
постарайтесь
something a
убедиться, что
little
дело
better
того
than
стоит.
this.
What do you mean, Mr.
Вы
Holmes?
имеете в виду, мистер Холмс?
It is a case that
Случай-
only
Это
Watson
случай,
could
в
find some
котором
small
только
point
Ватсон
of
мог бы
interest
найти
in.
хоть
I am
какой-то
used
интерес.
to
Я
more
предпочитаю
challenging
более
work.
интригующие дела. Сэр Юстас был убит бандой Рэндаллов. Ограбление оказалось мотивом преступления, о чем и сообщила леди Брэнкенстол. То, с какой скоростью вы раскрыли тайну, показал, что вы гений. Вы решили оставить славу раскрытия этого дела себе. Все верно, блядь. Потому что никто не работает, я работаю, блядь. Раскрытие
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you
Ватсон, как вы
guess?
догадались?
For the great
Сherlock
Sherlock Holmes to
Holmes
bother with
занялся
the
кражей
theft of
растений.
plants. Come on,
Ну же,
admit that
признайте,
you're
что вы
planning to
решили
spoil
побаловать
your little
ваших
bees
маленьких
with
пчел
some rare
пыльцой
pollen.
от редких растений.
Since when did I
Ах,
become
с
so
тех пор
transparent?
настолько очевиден.
Let us go.
Вперед! Найдите похищенное растение с последней выставки Kew Gardens. Гарпун.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather...
My analysis table. It is useful. My archive. I can all... My... The...
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear?
Ничего больше не
Just
трогайте, это
go and get a
понятно?
bucket of
Всего лишь
fertilizer.
сходите и
And without turning
принесите
it over
ведро
this
с
time.
удобрением. Только не переверните его.
Good day to you,
Добрый день,
gentlemen. How may I
джентльмены.
help
Я могу вам
you? If you are
помочь.
here for a visit, please do
Если
come
вы
back on
хотите
Sunday.
осмотреть сады,
I am
пожалуйста.
afraid
Я
that it
боюсь,
cannot
это не
wait.
может ждать.
My name is Sherlock
зовут Шерлок
Holmes,
Холмс,
and
это
this
мой
is my
друг, коллега,
friend and
доктор
colleague,
Ватсон.
Dr. Watson. We are
Мы
investigating
расследуем
the
кражу
theft of
растений,
plants
которая
that took
произошла
place here
5 дней
5 days ago.
назад.
A
Впечатляющая
remarkable
коллекция, я
collection, I
думаю.
believe.
So you're the one in
То есть
charge,
я
eh?
тебя привлекли.
A small favor for a
Маленькая
friend.
услуга.
Now, to whom do I have the
Имею
pleasure of
удовольствие
speaking?
беседовать.
I am Martin Hamish.
Мартин
I am the
Хэмиш,
deputy
я
director
заместитель
of Kew
директора
Gardens.
Kew Gardens,
And that
а
fellow
этот
yonder
парень
is
Альберт,
Albert. He
он
works here.
работает здесь.
I am delighted to meet
Рад
you.
знакомству,
What can you
Альберт.
tell us
Сказать
about the
о
plants?
растениях.
They were rare and
Это были редкие
exceptional plants.
исключительные растения,
We
мы
presented them at our
показывали их
last
на
exhibition.
выставке.
We haven't removed the
Мы
stand
еще не
yet.
разобрали
It is still in
стенд,
the
он
large glass
по-прежнему
house.
в большой
We only
оранжерее.
learned of their
Мы
disappearance the
обнаружили
evening after the
исчезнувшие на
exhibition,
следующий
and
вечер
nobody saw
после
anything.
выставки. Никто ничего.
No doors
Дверь
were
не
forced.
взломали?
No, but I would
Нет, но
imagine
как
that for
по
a
мне
thief it would be
представляется,
fairly
вроде
easy to
кому
gain entry,
залезть,
for there are
у
no
нас нет
guards here.
охраны.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a
Понятно.
look. Now, you
Если
say
вы не
that it is in
возражаете,
the
мы посмотрим
large
сами.
glass
Большая
house.
оранжерея, говорите.
Yes, the one just
Да,
behind
та,
me.
что моя
Just a second,
спиной. Секунду,
since Albert has
Альберту
nothing else
как
to
раз
do.
нечем заняться.
Albert,
Альберт,
show these gentlemen where the
проводи этих
exhibition was
джентльменов к
held.
выставке.
How many people work
Сколько людей
here?
работает здесь?
Only myself,
Только я и иногда
but
два
occasionally two
студента.
students, Albert, whom
Альберт,
you have
которого
met,
вы видели,
and Miss White.
мисс Уайт.
Here it is. This is the
Это
place where the
здесь,
stolen
именно на
plants
этом
were
месте
exhibited.
выставились
Thank you.
почечные.
Is there
Спасибо.
something the
Что-нибудь
matter?
важное есть?
Yes, there is.
Да,
All right,
есть,
the plants
конечно,
were
растения
valuable and
были
rare,
ценными и
but
редкими,
it seems to me
но
that the
мне
tragedy that
кажется, что
took place here
трагедия
only 2 days ago
двухдневной
has been
давности
entirely
уже
forgotten
всеми
already.
забыта.
What tragedy are you
О
referring
какой
to?
трагедии вы говорите? Мой друг,
the
он
director of
директор
Kew
Кью
Gardens,
Гарденс,
Mr. Montague
мистер
Dunn.
Монтагю
He died here
Данне. Он
just 2
погиб
days ago.
здесь всего 2 дня
We're
назад.
very sorry.
Мы
We
очень
were not aware.
сожалеем, но нас
The two of you were good
предупредили. Вы
friends?
были близкими друзьями. Он был моим
He was my
отцом.
father.
Oh dear. Our
О, дорогой,
condolences.
соболезную. Нам не
We should
следовало
not be troubling you.
тревожить вас.
Please do
Приносим
excuse us
извинения
for
за
intrusion.
беспокойство.
You say that he
Вы сказали,
died
он погиб
here,
здесь, в
in the
большой
large glass house.
оранжерее.
Holmes?
Холмс.
Yes.
Да,
Just
приятель
here,
здесь у двери
near the door to the
колониальной
colonial
коллекции. У него был
suffered
сердечный
a heart
приступ, все
attack.
так внезапно, это было
Just like
ужасно.
So
Да,
suddenly.
прямо здесь.
It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen,
Мои
but I
извинения,
cannot remain
джентльмены,
here.
я могу оставаться
If you need me, I'll
здесь,
be in
если
the reserve.
понадоблюсь, я буду в
That's the room next to the front of the
веранде.
large
Это
greenhouse.
комната рядом с
Of
выходом
course, we
и входом,
understand.
разумеется, мы понимаем.
The plants were here. All of them were stolen.
Do not touch.
Here is a list of the stolen plants. According to this, according to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead. The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here. The esconsson was breached near the handle. Very strange. The smell is strong. It is a detergent. This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. This broken... A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned. These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire. These windows were perfectly cleaned. The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Чем я могу помочь вам, джентльмены?
Do you work here?
Вы работаете здесь?
Yes, but part-time
Да,
only.
но полный
I'm also
день, но
studying
не полный
botany at the
день. Я
University of
изучаю
London.
ботанику.
You're following in your father's
Получается,
footsteps, then
пошли
that
по
is
стопам отца, это
commendable.
похвально.
Well, even if botany is not my
Даже если
strongest suit, there
ботаника
are people
моя
who
не
say that
самая
I
сильная
could be a good
сторона,
manager.
некоторые люди считают, что из-за нее у меня большой член.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr.
Альберт
Dunn,
сообщил нам о
the late
трагической смерти
director
мистера
of Kew
Данна,
Gardens.
директора Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart
Трагически
attack
верно,
was
это
quite
серия
unexpected.
вспышка стала неожиданности.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our
Спасибо, мистер Химиш. Мы
investigation.
продолжим расследование. Продолжим.
Colonial collection. Seed house. Ventilation system. Nursery. Palm house. Water lily greenhouse. Dry tropics. Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory. A map of Kew Gardens. Reserve. Reserve.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
Locked.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Nursery. Locked. Locked. Nursery. Locked. Locked. There is a smell of burning.
Здесь запах дыма.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A water tank.
Бак для воды.
Dry tropic.
Тропики.
Water lily greenhouse.
Оживление свиньи. Так, нет, надо сначала пойти назад. Да отойди ты, что ли, тупой.
The symbol is not a protective. A protective. A broom handle was half burned. A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the colonial collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. The remains of a picture frame. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn.
Всем привет, кто подошел. Мы тут уже, у нас финалка Шерлока Холмса. Тут мы были.
According to this,
Судя по
they
всему,
have
они
light and
контролируют
moisture
свет и
control in
влажность
some
воздуха
parts of the
внутри
building.
здания. Климат.
Water lily greenhouse. According to this,
Что у нас имеется на данный момент? Искать в архиве. На разбитом цветочном горшке найдено... Божественно, если я не ошибаюсь. Нам нужно ехать в архив, да? Ниже на отстоянии его рук и ногтей выдает в нем садовников. Найдите похищенные растения с последней выставки Кьюгерс. Осмотрите место, где Монтегю Дан встретил свою смерть. Так. Где же это было? И где же наше предполагаемое место расправы?
according to this, they have light and moisture control
Свет и
in some
влажность,
parts of the
некоторые
building.
Арбдан, нервный и беспокойный молодой человек, что заметно по обкусанным ногтям. Используйте детергент для чистки рук, что не особо хорошо. Раз он имеет дело с растениями, у него красные глаза, он недавно плакал. Возраст указывает на учебу в университете. Хорошо выглядит, не женат, вероятно, живет с матерью. Найдите похищенные растения с последней выставки Kew Gardens. Похищенные растения найти. Осмотрите место, где Монтегю Дан встретился. Необычные кражи произошли. Холмс прольет свет на темную тропу обмана.
This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it. Blood.
Кровь.
Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash, most likely a head wound. soil.
Земля
It should
должна
have
быть
come
из
from a
цветочного
flower pot.
горшка.
The soil on the side. Fragments of a flower pot.
Цветочного горшка.
It fell
Он упал
down
сюда.
here. This pot was broken
Этот горшок
fairly
разбили
recently.
недавно.
A flower pot recently
Цветочный
fell
горшок
down
упал
from
с
these
полок и был
shelves
убран.
and was misplaced. All the clues around
Все
here
собранные
are
улики
quite
весьма
suspicious.
подозрительны. Мне нужно
I
использовать
need my
его воображение,
imagination
чтобы
to
связать.
make sense of it all. No, it wasn't like that.
Нет, не похоже.
No, it wasn't like... No, it wasn't like that.
Нет, не похоже.
No, it wasn't like that.
Сбивать горшок. Установить правильный ход событий, основываясь на собранных уликах.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the colonial collection room.
He was in a panic? Or the door was locked? Was it an accident? Or a murder, then, I wonder?
Провести аутопсию. Провести аутопсию Монтегю Данна. Сейчас проведем.
I asked
It's ready for autopsy, then.
This watch is of great value. This watch, a beautiful...
Мистеру Уэйну, директору печатающей компании Уэйн и сыновья. Дорогой друг, ваши плакаты для большой выставки Фью Гарденс прекрасны. Однако не стоило указывать весь персонал, достаточно моего имени.
A beautiful... A membership...
Так, ну значит мы будем проводить аутопсию. Аутопсия, ты где?
First of all, let us carry out an
Сначала
external
проведем внешний
examination.
осмотр.
There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral.
Чего?
The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here. Now, let us examine the internal organs. The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction. The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs. The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted. The heart's blood vessels show no. The heart tissue show. My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean...
Yes, it is murder.
We should inform Lestrade.
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No. We also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little. Locked. Locked.
Mr. Holmes?
locked. Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression, great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before, and now all of a sudden he is trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish?
Well, my father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? Well, that is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes it.
Do you not have a good relationship with...
I suppose so.
I see. And how was his relationship?
Oh, he was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for... But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he...
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. Palm House. That is not the one I need. That is not the... That is not the one I need. That is not... That is not... That is not the... That is not... That is... That is not... Here it is. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here. This is where I keep my archive. I can always consult with it. My analysis table. It is...
Someone should take Toby for a walk. Have you found something interesting?
locked. Newspapers discuss... I suggest...
What should we do next, Holmes?
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. Tell me, have you ever heard...
No.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. Dry tropic. According to this, they have...
Look, Holmes, this charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the seed house.
Open. Seed house.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you too. But
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Most of the doors in Kew...
Oh, yes. Not at all.
How well...
He was a master, a great leader.
He...
Oh yes, indeed.
Why?
He loved... No.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Kew Gardens is such an exciting place. Wouldn't you agree?
The seeds of plant species are stored here. The seeds... It is a bust? I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this place. Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common. A glasses case. A thesis. This area serves as Martin Hamish. An award presented to Martin Hamish. A master.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Locked. Locked. This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes. A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a mod. I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical
study report by Martin Hamish.
As it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants to respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report.
Study report. Chemicals. A botany book. This student's book belongs to... Such masks are generally worn with gloves, waterproof aprons.
Do they grow?
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing. There was a bottle.
Gold dust? Good heavens.
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable...
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a battalion?
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose. A map of London and the surrounding area. Come on, Toby. Let us go to Q. My analysis table. It is useful for my work. That is not... That is that. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn. My archive. I can all... My archive. Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search. Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flake, a tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but... reserve. There is a bust.
A bust?
But
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
it is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
Seed house.
Poor Miss.
Material. A book about these leather. This place. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Let us determine, let us pause. This is the... A colorless, water-based liquid. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory. My archive. This is where My archive. I can always consult with it if needed.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation. We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate. Glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation. That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
This must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god. This cabinet. This substance is an... That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical a vast amount of opium. These instruments are used...
Praise the grand... Praise the grand... Praise the grand...
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. A tropical These three plants are identical.
This green grand mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. We should search every inch of this place.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. A fragment of a flower pot. The Kew Garden. Do you have...
None. Not worthy there.
Do you...
None. Not worthy there. None. Not worthy there.
Do you...
None. Not worthy there.
Do you...
None. Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his greenfly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation. According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely. According to the deadly plants information, in order my archive. This, my archive. A ventilation system. It should nursery. This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing. This certificate belongs... We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery. These young... This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform... According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely. Champagne. Champagne. French wine. A photograph of Montague Dunn and caterpillar. Perfect, Watson. We can begin. I imagine that one of... I shall begin now. Watson, the plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions. My archive. Your father's death.
Suspicious. Well, I was working in the seed house. Ah, these Latin.
Did you see your...
Yes.
And then?
Nothing. Then about 10...
And Mr. Hamish...
Mr. Hamish visited, but then he...
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. Can you...
Yes, he appeared quite...
What were you...
After paying...
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
And it seems
Study. Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it. Open. Martin Hamish's locker. Father and I. Martin. Martin. Albert's lock. Specialist Albert Dunn. Specialist. A picture of Miss White and Albert.
And the...
Miss White's locker. These jewels must be worth a small fortune. A vanity purse. It is of high quality. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents. Miss White's locker. Apparently, Miss... These jewels... These jewels... Apparently, Miss White is a capable... Miss White...
Mr. Hamish. Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father, so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation. I perceive that you are passionate about...
Passionate?
Are you...
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
I perceive that you are passionate about...
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you...
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans. Although I...
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. Dry. These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for the symbol is... Can you tell me what...
I can, but Tuesday is the day.
And then?
Well, after that, he was always in a rush.
And that was the...
Yes, I joined.
What exactly were you...
I was recording an experiment for my... I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish...
You say you...
Oh, certainly. Please.
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
No, it wasn't like that. When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active. The engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's space. Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's space.
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room. Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you. Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Mr. Holmes?
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it. The mark around the... A club foot. Bravo, what? Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop! I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have. Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Doc. Menu. Entree.
Not at all.
Main course. Sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of...
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, don't...
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do...
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, you know what they're like.
Holmes, we have to help him.
Well, Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening.
I beg your pardon?
Who knows
Look, you are free to investigate, of course.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
So this is the gun. It seems as though... Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots. A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. These cigarettes are... Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to...
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes.
Good.
I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then I thought about turning...
So...
I saw the...
Interesting.
And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so... but I kept running forward. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood.
A thrilling account, my young man. Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark. And he was too far away.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Marrow. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving. Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot.
Are you spoken?
Well, Mr.
Sir.
I was standing at the north...
But you would have been...
That is correct. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman...
please continue.
I did... I did...
What were the fireworks in honour of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria... I saw... Yes.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me. A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti must have done some time. Brian Vercotti and Leighton Chapman both have identical Westgate Prison tattoos. The bullet penetrated his stomach. He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. A fairly long pole with a forked end. Good evening. Excellent. Could you...
I looked down and I saw two bodies.
Where?
Well, near this body.
Did he?
I don't think so.
Miss...
No, yes.
That... Mr.
I was a...
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner. A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestone. This shot... The bullet. This is an odd...
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
I'm so glad that the murderer has been caught.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies. Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies. Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies. Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies. Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies. Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies. Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting.
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly. This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago. The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are illegible. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago. The books on this a perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims. This kitchen knife is... There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. The dead body of Brian Vercottes. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies. Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots. So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find? I can see prints from greasy... Well now, what a find! A precious jewel, concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian art.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my...
Could you tell us everything?
Yes, but then he was like a...
And
He had no time to escape. Then
my thanks to you, Mrs. Powell. I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp. I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes. It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes. I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
This should be useful.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Constable Marrow, I would value you.
It would be...
I would like to make sure that there are no...
All right, mister.
Take your lamp and start walking.
Understood. No, this is not how I walked at the time of the crime. I was more attentive. Let's start over again. I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young...
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like...
You were willing to risk your life?
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Would you tell me a little about...
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released, and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man. My archive. My archive. I can... This is where I... My archive. I can always consult with it, if needed.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
My archive. I can always... My archive. I can always... My archive.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours. It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
Mr. Turner.
Well, I'm able to move very quickly despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes. Well, I'm able to move very quickly despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is...
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then, and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the... Constable
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. When I chanced upon the bracelet...
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner. That is not... That is not... I need to continue my research in my archives. That is... That is... That... 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 That is not the... That is... One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more. Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly. Crampons and a sharp... A flare pistol. The ram's interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft. It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations. This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fire. These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another...
I'm listening, Mr.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific...
But Holmes, I don't...
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should...
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable...
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin, then. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
I should try climbing faster.
Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen. I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down. These shards of glass are from the window above. It's empty. A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. It's... Someone broke through the window to... We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch. Let us take a closer look. It is not a threat. I need to compare... Watson, could you... Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see him.
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One... This is a most unusual hair. The horsehair is thinner than the hair...
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing, not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right? Mr. Holmes, did you... Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details.
I knew it, Mr.
But for now, Wiggins,
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least...
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
And this? Duval. I believe that...
Aye, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here? Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to arouse suspicion. I'd better wear a shabby hat. I'd better wear a shabby hat.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Oh, thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
So, everything is here, just as you asked. And what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said.
Right.
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. From Lamb, this poster was... This printing press is old. There are enough posters to... This wooden barrel is There is a spot on this barrel that was intended. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure. Judging by the fractions and the barrels are roughly powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently, and these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry...
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on the table over there. Open that. Are you still tampering with that lock? Are you still tampering with that lock? Well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me? Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me? Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher,
That's
Us. Wait, who's
Billy Jenkins?
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on a corner.
Deal. Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures. This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge. I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it. This cupboard is an absolute... It seems... So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see. What a surprise! Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. A solid rope. This should be useful. A solid rope. A solid rope. Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This is the perfect place to set a trap. This should be useful. One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined. I wonder what this... I suppose... A solid... I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as... I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful. A solid rope. A solid rope. Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. I wonder what... I suppose... A solid... The door is now blocked. This door is a perfect means of escape in an This should be useful. Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down. The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it. The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. This works very well. No one will escape through this window. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out. This should be you. Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Police! Police! Stop where you are!
Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
You sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How'd you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our cause. So now, let us catch the big fish. But
no.
Then why exactly are we?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the...
You're no better than a copper!
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you.
Don't move.
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful, you Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs, honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street, and all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people, sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
When people fight the order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of, pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled... And the people...
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?